Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone doing today? Hope you all are doing well. All right. Hope you all are doing well. We are going to be doing some more space engineers today. Unfortunately, I still do not have access to my Twitch account, so at least on my computer I don't. So unfortunately, that'll have to stay as is for now. Hopefully, I'll be able to get back access to it in a little bit. Yeah. Hopefully I can get that figured out. But in the meantime, we'll be doing some more work on some ships. Now, I've realized I've made stuff way too big for a small block ship. So I think what I'm going to end up doing I'm going to have to get some good ideas on how to deal with this ship for. Because as things stand now, this is too big. And I don't know what I'd want to do to make it smaller. Because the amount that it carries is the amount it requires to carry to be in atmosphere. And at this point, it's currently using larger than I thought it would have resources to make this work. So, yeah, this is a bit of an interesting situation to deal with right now. And then what I'm going to end up doing is I think I'm going to end up probably working on creating a new ship design system. And yeah, hopefully I can make a new ship. I don't know. What I have now is just not good. I don't like it. I'm going to try to find what other people have done for freighters and other cargo carrying vessels, as that would be the priority of this ship. So, yeah, but I think what I'm going to end up having to do is rethink the way that I'm going about handling it, because it's just too big. And for a ship being made at this time, what I'm working on just too big. Especially for the idea that I had is just too big for this. So I think I'm going to look up certain ships, spawn them in, give a good idea on how things are. Because I'm going to be honest, that is cool. It's too much. And so, okay, this should now give me all the freighters once it loads, the steam ones. Oh, I should probably do this for it to load steam ones in a second, so. Come on, load the steam ones. Oh boy. Oh, there we go. Alright. Anyway, that's a blue team freighter. Armed freighter. Galaxy class bulk freighter. How big are you? Only 2,000 blocks. Yeah. That's a medium freighter. Like, alright. We'll check out this one. I just want to get a better idea on what I should be aiming more towards. So, I'm going to try to get the ship that I want should be closer to a light freighter than a heavy freighter. Like medium to a light. This would be considered a very light freighter, if it even is considered a freighter at all. I would not consider that a freighter. But like this one, yeah, this is closer to probably what I'd want to do closer in size. I really have to rework it. Because yeah, this is carrying 6 cargo pods. Given scale, I think that's about all it carries for cargo. But that carries just about as much as this carries right here. Okay. So, what I should really try to do is keep that to, what? Maybe less than 20 wide. Probably close to 30, 35, best case, long. Alright. I spelled it wrong, dang it. Let's see. Yeah, this is a very large freighter, but this would be sort of a mid-scale freighter, of course, really large. That one's even smaller. Then we have that obelisk. Yeah. So honestly, I think what I'd want to do is closer to the scale of a. Hopefully, I'll be able to find it with just GA. There's enough available to hopefully be able to put it down, which would be good. And I don't get to see it, which means it is not spelled G-A. Is it G-E? It is not G-I, it's G-E, right? Is it G-E, get, like, Gizanti? Let's see, is it G-E? No. Oh, is it G-O? Is it Gozanti? There it is. Yeah. Alright. I want to spawn in a Gazanti. I assume that this is properly accurate in scale and capabilities, so... Alright, this should hopefully, once it spawns in, allow me to get a good view of it. Rough scale size of the thing. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is the TIE Fighter carrying version, I think. Here is the opening floor piece. I just... You know, the cargo platform. I think I'll probably do something similar when I design my own Gazanti version, but... Okay, yeah, this is literally just a hallway. With a, okay. Airlock mechanism. So we've got two ways up. And then we go kind of straight. Where you end up just viewing the landing. Okay. So this is just sort of like a simple air area. Like just simple command post area. Is this onto the bridge? Yep, this is onto the bridge. You got two of the side. Nice. I think this is about right for the command area. I don't think you actually see the... Well, actually, I think the command area is maybe slightly bigger, but yeah, this is about right for command area. I'm gonna get nice long hallway. Okay. There's actually other areas. Such as this. Alright, and then what is this area for? Oh, this is just more command space. Okay. Yeah. I think I can actually design something that works really well in this scale. Alright. This tells me a lot. I love being able to see this. I think I'll be able to make something work really well in a ship of this scale. And with maybe this amount of subgrids. I assume everything basically in that back half is landing and thrusters, basically, since there didn't seem to be too much room for those up front. In terms of guns, I'd probably cut them down, you know, add a couple more, add maybe a couple of cheek-mounted ones, so maybe flatten, like, here out and add a cheek-mounted gun, but... Alright. Yeah, I want to do something more along this scale, so... Let's see. How many small blocks long is it? Because it's a fairly easy metric that I can actually, you know, handle. I do know this will cause me a decent chunk of lag, but... I do know that the actual ship usually was roughly Okay. So about 128. That actually does seem about right. That'd be roughly 130. 130 divided by 5 would equivalent to 130 divided by 5 is roughly about 25. So a proper scaled Gazanti would probably be, I don't know, an extra 40 blocks long. Closer to probably the 60 or roughly thereabouts. Because actually about 200 small blocks equates to roughly, I believe, 5. So it'd be 20 divided by 5. 20 divided by 5 is 4. So, yeah, roughly speaking, it's about 200-ish blocks long for a 2-scale Gazanti. But if I want to do something like a light freighter, I think those are usually about 30 to 40 meters. So yeah, roughly that scale would be what I'd want to go with. And to be fair, this wouldn't be too bad. I think I should be able to make something look okay. Although, I don't know if I'd actually want to make this. Yeah. I think what I'll probably do, I think I'm gonna go similar to this. But let's see. I need to remember just how many large blocks this thing is in length. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then it is, how big are these internal sections? They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Okay, so there are 30 in each big chunk, so 30 times 3 is about 30 divided by 3, that's 6, so about 6 blocks in between. There's about 6 blocks in between. That would equate to fairly standardized thing. How wide is this? Like, how long is the bottom section here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 8, 9, 30, 31, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 8, 9, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 8, 9, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 8, 9, 9, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67. Okay. So yeah, if I wanted to make a Gazanti style, I could in fact have it carry these cargo containers. And to be fair, I think I might redesign these cargo containers soon anyway. So, but, I don't really want to firmly delete all this work. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm simply going to do this. I'm going to unlock the landing gear, Control C, Control B. We'll save a blueprint of this design, and we'll just call it a large freighter small block or something like that. And I might work on this just kind of randomly every once in a while, but I said Control B. B. There we go. And yeah, I think I might save this design for the next thing. I'm gonna rename large freighter small block. Large freighter small block. And then just Control Delete. Alright, so what I'm going to end up doing is I think I'm going to lay out a more reasonable space for me to work in. So, create like a platform and then work on the platform at that time. Absolutely destroyed whatever this was. I don't even remember. Something broke, but I don't remember what. Alright. And the other thing is, I think I'm going to use on-the-ground marks for where I want things to actually be located. So, you know, in a 5-block space with a block in between, or technically 2 blocks, 3, that would be good. So, yeah. Alright, let's see here. How long is this section? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Okay. So right now, if I was to build a ship, it would be bigger than what I have got right now. I'm also going to clear out this because no need for it. Okay. You know what? I think I'm going to build the new ship from a pad right over here. So I'm just going to take you. Let's see. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So we'll go with the 18, 20 by, that's, well, that'll be easier to figure out once I'm done. So it's 20 by, so that would be 20 by 15. That actually makes that fairly easy to recognize. So if I want 20 by 30, we'd want, well, let's see. We'll say 70, so that's 35. So, yeah, this would be about 20 by 35. We'll go 20 by 40, just to be safe. So, at the largest, it should be no bigger than this space right here. At its largest. In fact, actually, I think I'm going to trim it a little bit. So I think I'll remove, we'll say, 2 blocks from the edge. And we'll, I think, remove 5 blocks here just to be safe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and then I think I'll also go back 1 more block. Okay. So then if I just add in basically a row of blocks to act kind of like T, that just allows me easier counting. I'll do the same thing on its length. So these would not be a part of that. This is just so I can keep track of length. Perfect. I so love the undo feature in the mod that I've got installed. So useful. Okay. Okay. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. About 33 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 33 by 17. Good. I actually quite like these numbers. I think we're going to start on this one. No, actually, I want to be starting on this part right here. Okay. There we go. And so now, if I just simply start from here, this should be a barrier point. So for now, we'll just build it up. And then I also want to think height limit. Probably no higher than, I don't know, maybe, what would be minimum height? Well, I'd want 2 to 3 layers. Well, probably, yeah, 2 to 3 layers. So at a minimum, we'll say 3 small blocks in between layers, just so then I can do piping easier and actually paint the inside between different hallways and stuff. So we'll say at 2 to 3 layers, that would equate to roughly at 2 to 3 layers with a 3, that's 8, so 21 roughly block limit. So what I'll probably do 21 small block upper, so we'll probably say 25, just generous at its highest point if going for a freighter design. Okay, so if I just say, we'll say right here's that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's max height, max length, and max width. How I do any of the rest of this is entirely then up to me. And I think what I want to do is I think I'm going to create a Front? Actually, do I want to do a front-loading landing ramp? Now, that's an interesting question, because I like the idea, right, of sort of a cargo elevator that would move things into the ship. You know, thinking of it outside of Space Engineers, where a connector moves everything. Having like a cargo elevator that'd be able to drop down for like the loading and unloading of cargo inside of the ship itself to allow for a bit of a speedier area. That and external cargo. If, of course, it carries its containers externally. It makes me try to think, how would it be best to do such things? Because if I do the cargo containers, I could do them width-wise, which would, at a small block connector, which would sit in the middle of a block, and they're only 3 blocks deep, so I only need probably 1 full block in between, so 5 in between. 3 blocks wide. Alright, so yeah, that would be an interesting one, but I can probably make it work pretty well. Be able to like unload and load cargo. Although I do like the idea of being able to pick the containers up off the ground as well. I don't know. I gotta think about that one. I also have to think of like shape of the vehicle itself. Because right, like a Gazan, do I want to have a sort of lower nose? So then the only landing gear I'd have to build would be on the back end. I could do that. That also provides a decent area to mount like 2 cheek-mounted guns just on either side of the control cockpit, maybe even with separate doors. Wouldn't be half bad. The goal with this ship would, of course, be that, you know, it at least have relatively decent fighting capabilities. So, like, 2 cheek at a minimum, maybe 2 fixed, something or others. The other bit would be, do I want it to have an internal landing bay? Because I kind of like the idea of an internal landing bay for like landing and then being able to scout out areas. And so having sort of like a internal void to land at least separate types of vehicles would be interesting. At a minimum, I'd definitely like to be able to land maybe a hover ship. So something sort of like a hover bike. Or like speeder, so kind of make like a speeder sort of thing. Be able to, you know, fly around with at least a vague idea. Would it be big enough to carry something like a drop ship? But it could carry a basic miner. Granted, small block doesn't give me the opportunity for production. So I would not be able to make anything at the vehicle itself. It would just have to get from point A to point B. Because I think Is there small block production? I'm pretty sure that there's not. Prototech assemblers, only large block. Okay. Refinery has a small block version of the refinery, but that's it. So we'd have basic stuff as a survival kit and that. But nothing bigger. I don't know. Trying to think, because... Right? I don't know. Really don't know. Right? The idea of this is cool. But trying to get it out, like working it out in principle, I don't know how well that would work. Because we'd have floor and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So yeah, that's 5. Then we'd have sort of the middle floor and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Roughly there. That still is 1 higher than it needed to be. Yeah, and so if we do it that way, right, we still have access to every floor. Every floor still has, you know, head space even. It'd be fairly easy to get above layers. Although I'd have to really think about it, because I guess bottom layer... You know, I think I know how I can make this work. Bottom layer would be where the cargo containers would sit. Because I think I'm going to try to design a 3rd cargo container style, or, yeah, work on like another cargo container. This one being maybe slightly smaller and thinner, so like 1 wide and maybe 2 or 3 long. And then I just wrap it basically, and then provide, you know, maybe, I don't know, inset on top and bottom with, or regular connectors, top, bottom, and front and back, but not on the sides, or maybe one on the side, I don't know. But then what I could do, right, would be this bottom layer would be where the connection would come into place. And that would rest practically on the ground itself. And so maybe I just have like pistons that maybe drop a meter or 2, pick up the cargo and bring it up into position. And that would be how that would sit. Because then if I also flare these out slightly, when landing, that kind of settle it into place better. The middle layer could be for things like bunks, mess hall, that sort of deal. Or even that could be the main and the top could be bunks and mess hall. So like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I'd want the bunks. I actually, yeah, I think I will have like bunks, mess hall, stuff there, and then up top, and then maybe on the sides, sort of a floor that would bridge the two on the side of each area. Because then the reason for that would be being able to have like a slight climb up, slight climb down, and then I could even have something such as a escape pod system. So we'll say, I don't know, maybe not a couple of pistons, but, you know, just like a tube, maybe going outside the ship that just launches it, which could also then be retrofitted to act as a... Oof. Yeah. Unfortunately, I've been unable to, I've been unable to actually stream to Twitch right now because it still won't let me. Yeah, I have no idea what XP does either. I have never watched a stream on YouTube, so I don't know. I completely got rid of what I was working on the last stream. It was just too big for the idea that I had in mind for it. And to be fair, even the one that I'm thinking about making now still seems too big for what I have in mind. But I still want to go with it. I just don't know how I want to make it work. Because I like the idea is large. Yeah. I don't know. I wish I had a better idea more solidly for how I wanted it to look. Yeah, I have no idea what that very last chat message was. I know you've sent 3. I have no idea what that other one was. For some reason, when I try, yeah, I have no ability to look at that on that, but it didn't show up on the YouTube side. Yeah, I know. It showed up on the stream, but it did not show up in either the YouTube chat bit, and for some reason, Streamlabs does not seem to work well with YouTube chat all the time. And so although it has a chat window, I cannot see what it says. So, yeah. What was it? I want to... Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the 3-layer design. And so the way that this 3-layer design would work is basically gonna be that the bottom layer will be pretty much just a cargo deck, and that'll also partially take up part of the second layer. This is the first, and you were making a giant manly rod from God, moon. Oh, wait. What? This is a first. Huh. I'm very bad at trying to piece together what the... Okay. This is a first. Oh, first for the XP thing. Right. Okay. Yeah, I that makes more sense. I very much had a brain fart there. The other half is a Sonic Costa reference. Alright then. Okay. I think I've got an idea on how I want this ship to look now that I've kind of spent, 10, 15 minutes looking at it. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come over here. We're just going to pick a random height, roughly, and we're going to go backward. And I am just going to build backward quite a while. Because a good chunk of the back end will be the engines of this behemoth. And I'm going to need to build out a spine for the vehicle. Because I'm going to be honest, this is a ridiculously scaled vehicle. And being able to build a spine is probably very important. Back up. No, I want about 50. Stop, fuck. No, fuck, no, fuck, no. What? No. Frick. Okay, good. I wanted to build a long beam. Because, yeah, the entire goal with this would be, once again, this is supposed to be a medium to light cargo capable of transporting probably 2 to 3 large cargo containers worth of material into space. At least in the form of raw rock. I can just cut that. Boom. Good. Okay. Alright. So I'm going to come downward, probably toward the part of this where it'd go down. And we'll build it from about this point. I'm going to go 3 blocks. 3 blocks. 3 blocks. That will, of course, not be kept, but I need to at least make some version of this. And then I want to provide some bottom portion. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With a 3 block bottom. That works out very well in terms of my scaling. So we'll work this. More refined shaping can take place after the fact, but for now, which does mean that this would be the top of this layer. Lag. Let's go. Alright. We'll do M. That is going to be very necessary. And then I am going to continue the line from this position a good chunk of the way back. Because this is going to be a hallway for the cargo containers to be attached to. Alright, so they're going to be attached at about that height, so they'll probably be pulled up, probably 2 to 3 blocks. This would also then need to be brought further back. And then we'll pull this all the way back, same sort of depth as the other walkway. Which message? The last one I see is the other half is a Sonic Creepypasta reference. Okay. And then... it didn't. That's not good. This would be a primarily walkway space / maintenance area. So, at least, I'm going to say maybe 7, I'm going to get 9 blocks in total, so 4 blocks each side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 blocks. Then we'll kind of block that out. So we'll just go outward. This would be the minimum sort of width of this area of the ship. Your action, which I suggest you do before my room, and get ready for lunch soon. Okay. Reaction to what now? Let's see. All right. I actually have no idea the sort of length this is. Okay. And then we'll just kind of do a box here. This is all just so I can basically create a bit of a area for this. So we'll just kind of finish that. Is to look up. Oh boy. Looking things up can be rather terrifying. One second. Yeah. Oh, for frick's sake. There we go. By Hawk on YouTube. Okay, let me try to pull that up. Right. Oh boy. I am scared of this. What is this going to be? Alright, so right here. I don't exactly
The
like...
following program is classified M. It is recommended for viewers 15.
There is no desktop audio. There we go. Okay. Now there should be desktop audio.
Years and over. We recommend the use of the parental lock system.
I'm trying to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife and he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like 2 balls in a bong. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, this is what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon.
All right, then.
How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot! You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit the fucking earth. Now get out of my fucking sight before I piss on you too.
All right. Who actually... Who was the laughing group in that? That sounded very much like, what are they called? Oh, what are they called? I can't remember, but there's like a specific group of like YouTubers. I think they used to play with Smitty, I believe. Some of them might have. I can't remember though. But like the laugh sounds very familiar, and I'm trying to remember where I would have heard it before. Okay. Alright. But yeah, that was alright then. Okay. So I think I'm going to actually pull this quite a bit further out. Okay, so we're gonna extend this another 30. And it didn't actually place. That's wonderful. A staple of the Sonic community, honestly no idea. I suspect it must have been either from a video / stream of some group playing a game, or recording a group social chat. Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. I'll have to, because they did like a credit to the a credit thing, so I assume that it came from something. I don't really care to try to look that up at the moment. Alright, let's extend all of these. Alright. Okay. Who are the members of that group? And actually, I wonder if maybe the laugh might have been an insert. That could have been a thing as well. I always forget that that's something that can kind of take place every once in a while. I think I'm going to bring this actually to about this length, we'll say. Alright. And then I think I'm going to remove or started by one penny. We work with Clown House. Huh. Alright, and I'm just gonna ditch these. And then delete. I'm trying to remember who will laugh that sounds like. I think they've played with they play with Chilled Chaos again? Might have been someone who played with Chilled Chaos. That might be where I'm remembering that laugh kind of sound from. Okay, I like that length a little bit better, because then that kind of provides a bit more reasonable back to it. So yeah, I think I'll go with that length roughly. Now the front will actually be a little bit wider. I'm gonna guess, we'll say, well, 3, we'll do that. I'll probably go out 1, up, out maybe 2, up. And this will be the end of the front end. So we'll do 2. And so like most of the cargo would kind of fit at about that length. Of course, going up to the other side. So from the other angle, I'll probably do another thing similar to this. Of those two ever intersecting. Yeah. I don't know, but I just remember, like, that laugh sounds familiar, and I can't figure out why it would have sounded familiar. But, yeah. I don't know, I wonder if the person might have done anything. Like, if that's, like, a shoo-in laugh that some people do. Or they kind of just add a laugh track to things, more or less. Because that very well could be it as well. Okay, and we'll just kind of add the 2 there. There'll be 2. And we'll just kind of do that on the other side. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, the laugh sounds familiar, but I cannot put where I would have heard it from. Alright, and I'm just going to create a flat plane where I'll just cover this. This will be quite a decent amount of floor covered. There we go. And so, yeah, basically what'll occur is that this is primarily just going to be a walkway, just for the sake of walkway and or thrusters. Which actually means I might make it a little bit wider. Let's see, if I add it a little bit wider, that mean that the skinniest area could be this, which still is a 5x5 walkway. With fuller Sonic episodes still up. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, if I do this, that would create 5 wide. So I may actually increase this 1 more on each side. So we'll move the layer over. I'm gonna throwing this. That way this could be here as a full wall, and then getting rid of this. This would be a full wall. Balanced the edge here, which I will just kind of pull over this way. Because then this would allow for thrusters to go right here. And with the gap just barely 1 block on the very edge. That would allow for that. And that still kind of keeps pretty decent look of everything. You can get rid of that. And that allows for the inside wall to be decorated with ribbing and probably doors. How wide are doors again? There are none of these for that. None of those for small block. We only got the door. Good. The door actually only extends to 5 wide, which does perfect for adding sort of ribbing, maybe some chairs, some basic consoles, maybe a couple of buttons for connections. I like that. That'll do good. I like that width. Everything there looks pretty good. So I'll just simply bring this all the way across. Move the other bar inward by 1. And then, yeah, I think that'll do well. I then need to come up with how I do, whether these are going to just be external cargo boxes or whether they'll be cargo design. The other bit is maybe not making it functionally detached, but making it sort of detach. And then doing this. And then we just kind of snip that as a wall, and then we just... I am just going to now make the floor. Alright. And then remove the entire side from that way. And we'll just kind of remove that. Add sort of a bar running this way. The other bit would be is this would probably be the easiest way to get access to the area that I'm going to use for fighter storage, because, going to be honest, this area should probably be used to store fighters, or at least mining vehicle, other vehicles to, you know, allow for the exploration version or capacity of the ship to be expanded upon. So, yeah. So we'd put small thrusters right here in probably groups. So, I don't know, I'll just row up a brick real quick. We'll say, I don't know, 3 either side. So 1, 2, 3. Perfect. The 1 block in also allows for pretty good tails. And then, I don't know where we'd put the next set. Probably back here to be fair. Come on, really? Good. 1, 2, 3. All right. There we go. And then we'd probably, I don't know, put like a window space. We'll add a layer of blocks, just kind of closing this off. And then we'd kind of have an area. I found the original video it comes from. Oh, nice. Let's see. I don't know, maybe a 5 or 6 block. Well, actually, how wide is this? 9 block. I could do 9 and then do another group of engines, and then have the inside be a base 9 in terms of the ridge. Okay, yeah, that's what we'll do. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on the 10. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, good. And then we can kind of do that, 3 blocks high. Do the same thing on the other end. And then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. So that should be 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. And we'll do another set of 9 from this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, boom. And then we do that from the other side. The first night, BT dubs. Okay, let me check that out. Again, 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3. Okay, and then just this section in the middle. We'll just quick throw in the thrusters. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So let's see. It's called The First Night SA2. Uh, okay. Not appear to be on the thing. So I'd have to look it up on my phone. That's always nice. I love doing that. All right. Oh, it blocked. Apparently. Let's see. Okay. Okay, yeah. Let's see. You said 26 minutes? Okay. I just want to see, does the original video have that laugh in the background or no? Um, yeah, I have no idea. No idea which one of those people who worked on that would have been the one that I might have heard before. Because it sounds so much kind of like some of the people who maybe have played with. Oh, it sounds like some of the people who used to play with. I didn't recognize any of the voices, like any of the names. Which one was that laugh? I remember now where the laugh, what the laugh reminds me of, at least. I just trying to, like, I know guaranteed that where I thought I would have heard the laugh before, I definitely didn't hear it from that. So, yeah. All right. So we got that. So we'll have three ports to see out of, and then 3 spots with these. And so this would probably be good areas to kind of have connections, loose stuff. But yeah, so we'll kind of have this, I think. So that'll do very well. And I can even use, where are they? I like the idea of doing these right here. Just to kind of balance things out a bit. Running containers to the thrusters. Because this is what? 12 thrusters each side. Alright. Then, yeah. I don't think that'll be a big issue. Alright. Okay, so I think the other thing that I've got to do is how big am I going to want the area to be? I think I'll want something at least this size, if not bigger, at a minimum. So, because this is what? What's the sort of cargo capacity on this vehicle? Control panel. Show hidden. They renamed things, which really is not easy for me to find. Oh, wait, this isn't going to show. Oh, it will show. There's one large, 2 medium. Is that it? One large. I think this is a medium. Wow. Yeah, it's 1 large, 2 medium. So I would probably make something a bit bigger than just 1 large, 2 medium. I'd probably go for 2 or 3 of the modulars in the ship that I would make. But this would be pretty close to the same scale, so I'll use it. Scale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need to be about 11 to 12 tall by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So about 5 long. So yeah, it's fairly sizable. So that would be where the front of the vehicle would go. I would probably not have the entrance until roughly here. So we'd actually have to lower it by a little bit because we'd want to make the walls probably to here, very minimal. So we'll say it'll be about a halfway build. So I am just going to continue this. Wider. This would be probably the main base area, or yeah, main area for where this would probably house ships, which means I need it to be able to house the ship. So I am going to go a bit further than that. And we are going to just drive this thing right underneath it. Because this looks like a fairly well-designed cargo hauler. Very small. Would probably do well as a miner as well. And I want to make sure... Fuck. I have more than enough space. we'll say that is at least maximum amount of space. So yeah, and that'd be the largest of the two. Because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it probably go through the bottom with a couple of tires towards like the top center just to kind of stop things from breaking when they get up to the top of the opening, and then maybe taking up an extra amount, probably, I don't know, we'll say to this layer. So you'd have basically something there, and then a little bit further. I'd probably need to extend this a little bit, but or do I want... how would I want this to go? I guess I have to kind of take into consideration the next layer on top of this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 at sort of a max, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go to add a 6th. Then I'm going to do that. 1, 2, that. And then we would probably start going in a bit sharper. The other bit along this edge is that I think I might also add a bit of a wing. And so this sort of wing element would probably start roughly midpoint, which would probably, yeah, start at like here. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 internal, so 1. Nope, that's 6 internal. Lower this down by 1. Yeah, I like that look. So then this would be slightly further back, but they kind of provide sort of a front nose kind of transitions a bit. I like this. Yeah, and then I do need to figure out how I want things to enter and exit the ship. I do like the idea that maybe we have sort of a yeah, like doors that can open up. Maybe like a sort of opening bottom. And I could hold that, and then maybe doing like a second layer storage area. Although I'd have to make sure that even if I've got both ships in, because if this had like a false bottom to it, it'd probably be that like 3 block down, slight curve that open up, as well as maybe having a piston system or something down the center to retract further. Yeah, because I'd have to have like a system to lock into place, so the doors would be a bit beefier. Though I could very well make like a, maybe, I don't know. I can't exactly, I could maybe make a outer edge one, so I don't know. Because, right, like this is probably, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 between, so 4 from the edge. Try 1, 2, 3. Yeah, about 4 from the edge. 4 from the edge at a maximum. If I made a minor, it'd be roughly the same scale. I don't know. Right, like a miner and a welder. Because the entire idea behind this is that this would be sort of the ship used. I guess I could make 2 separate areas, so we could have like a larger cargo well down here, and so like you'd have sort of like a cargo or fighter towards the bottom of the ship that'd be able to release, and then maybe having a opening where the top 2 layers kind of form an area, and that would land and house like a miner, a welder, maybe even a grinder, or maybe a multi. And so you'd have sort of your transport dropping at the bottom, like your cargo. Your smaller cargo would drop from the bottom with a maybe, I guess I could do a mining drone, right? As long as I'm close enough, a mining drone would work. Which would save on the scale of the mining drone and allow for more cargo carrying capacity. Though I'd need to make sure that it'd be able to fly in all environments, so I have to make sure I keep that in check. But I like the idea that maybe if I do those drones, maybe creating a sort of area where maybe this extends a bit further, and like the drones maybe are just like in the side of the ship, just ready to slide out and go into an action, and then slide back in and just connect there. That would be able to drop. Because I like the idea that maybe this would literally just kind of, I just go more flat. We'd kind of be like that with like a cargo connector. The very bottom, just dropping out. Maybe this raises a little bit just to kind of allow access. You know, but then that just kind of false floor drops, and the drone just, you know, personal cargo transport from the bottom. Because that also would make a lot of sense. You'd enter in through here. This would sort of be like your your sort of area, and you just kind of get in like that. So you'd have like a walkway, get in, drop down, get out, exit, you know, maybe come over to maybe this section where this might be the area right here where you go up to the top, and then the areas with these thrusters right there and right there could be ready room areas. So ready room area, maybe even basic medical. So you'd have basic medical and your vertical movement, then a ready room and a ready room, and then this is entirely just entrance, basic cargo. Ooh, I just had an idea. What are they called? Do I have these? 9. Does this possess the blocks I want it to possess? It does not. Nope, that's just first aid and weapons. Passages, not any of the ones I'd like. You, it's just chairs. consoles, lab equipment, experiments, sink, fridge, microwave, couch, insect couch, planters, kitchen, okay, toilet, bathroom, bed, half bed, if I look up logistics, once everything loads, cargo crate, that's really not in. It's not even in that one. Interesting. Huh. Either way, I'm just gonna replace this heavy armor. How big are the cargo crates for small grids? Oh, cargo crates aren't available for small grid. Okay. So I could design false ones to go in these sections if I wanted to, but I can't make real ones. Alright. I mean, that'll probably be what I'll do in the sides anyway. Make maybe vertical boxes, or not necessarily cubes, but maybe slightly elongated. I can make that work. Ooh. I just had an idea. If I use, how wide are those? If I just come over here, did 2 of these, how wide would that be? These are 5 wide, so if I put one basically like that there. So what I'd have to do is I'd have to move this wall forward or backward to make this work. But it might actually work okay in this section. Right? Because it would fit. Really? They don't have any sort of. Oh, right. That's 1 block inward. I need to remember that. I'll just kind of wall that out for now while I do a test. If I just provide 2 of these. Kind of do that. You'd basically have 2 things like that. I'd have to move the edges a little bit, but I could, in theory, do some sort of cargo crate that is essentially just 2 of these. And have them basically just be strapped to the edge, doing, 8 double modulars. And they'd be fairly easy to make work, as sort of a modular cargo system or deployable cargo system by simply adding in a probably one at the top, and these would just sort of be like deployable cargo pods. So if you wanted to fast deploy cargo or hot drop cargo or resupply, you'd be able to fly and just drop 2 modular cargos carrying 20k worth each. Not including that, they'd also look good at the edge. So that would be something I could do. But, alright. I'd probably say remove 2, go up. There we go. So this would probably be the bay space if I did it this way. The wrong one. All right. So, yeah, I think that could work. Sort of like a simple drop bay. The other idea would be that this could be where they are held. Or even holding them on the side, maybe. Actually, yeah. What would be the chances of doing them on the side if I'd have to extend that by probably that amount on either side. But if I, let's say, do kind of one further up, and then I'm gonna do something, I don't know, sort of limit it a little bit further inward, maybe sort of like this, and then sort of added a bit of a ridge to it, maybe. I don't know, I'll just kind of make the loop finish. And then we'll just kind of get rid of all the small block pieces remaining on the outside. Good. I'm not going to say that that'll be the end all be all, but I like the idea that maybe what I could do is if I slope that front end to a bit more of a point, I could do something very, not necessarily sketchy, but I like the idea, especially if maybe I cut out this section of thrusters. Actually, I'd probably want to keep that section of thrusters to be fair, but maybe doing something sort of where it goes out a little bit. You know, I'd say maybe a 5-block length before it drops inward. Then like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then sort of a area that it maybe does like 2, and then doing 2, 3. And then do, I don't know, like a bunch, and just kind of go backward a bit. At least a small amount, because then what I can do is by adding these spaces here, if I decide not to give any sort of section in here, then what I can do is I could very easily create another section where it kind of goes in at the sort of 5-block, 1 extra block in space. That'd be basically the walking section. So this would be like roof here. And it would kind of come from, I don't know, this area at maybe a 1, 2, 2, 2, and then dropping in. And then if I do that sort of along this top row, so we use this as sort of the ceiling. And that would go that way, 1 further back, then 1, 2. And then do that again. And then just drop it fully back. I think that would actually work pretty darn well. You kind of get that sort of extra piece. And if I add in this, I think I can actually make this look really cool. And then do just 1, 2, 3. just beyond where those come in, and then we do another 3 back one. Then it's just a 1, 2. Then back that way, then this, then that's 1 too far. Right, because that'd be a 2, then a 2. And then, of course, just going backward a bit. And then this would provide a decent enough space to be able to then house what would be like the miner and other stuff. And so if we make this section basically here pretty much a void, besides maybe a walkway along what would be the top layer, because of course this would be a layer of floor. So let me just seal it. If we did this, that would be like a floor. And so we would be able to raise that up. And so what I'd be able to do is have at least the 2 or 3 ships just simply need to tilt, move a little bit further down into this hole, and then have it just drop out the bottom of the ship and then kind of come up and then kind of move over to the side, since that would be sort of an angle. So we'd sort of have like, yeah, we'd have hinges going on over here, or rotors, that basically flip open from this position to basically allow for the entire bottom of this to open up, allow for ships to go in and out, and then rejoin at the center, probably with a section in the middle or 2 that maybe either slide forward or backward. But I kind of like the idea that maybe we have, I don't know, like a portion of the bottom that maybe drops first. So yeah, so I like the idea that what we'd have is we'd almost have like a middle part here that's a little bit bigger. And so kind of like landing gear and other things, we'd have maybe, I don't know, a 10 block long section that just goes down and then out this way. So we'll say, I don't know, just has pistons that either pull it down, or maybe it's on a set of hinges, and those move it into position, kind of pull it up. Maybe it's, you know, dual hinge on a piston. So you kind of have piston that pulls it this way and goes out, and then a hinge that sort of lifts it into position so it kind of fits directly where we'd want it. Or even it's just simply pushed into position, like it's pulled back and then pushed forward at this bottom layer, probably around this wide at maximum, but this wide standard. So we would possess like a 5 long, like a 5 by 10 section that just gets pulled backward, and then that gets just rolled into the center. Although we could also do it the 1 block further out and have it condense this one as well, which would include 1, 2, 3, 4, and so that'd be 9. So that'd be a 9 wide section, I think, just slid into the back and 4 of the ship, with 2 opening bay doors that would almost act like bomb bays, and you'd just have fighter or other machinery, and that'd be your entrance and exit. And that'd look pretty cool. How will it work? I haven't the slightest, but I like the idea. I am going to quite simply, add in the very edge of what would probably be the hangar area at best. And then kind of running it up. So we'll just kind of, I don't know, run it from this point. And yeah, the idea would basically be to create a system of course, then this needs to be dropped again, that amount. I think this could work. It'd be very difficult though, and I think using width would be the better standard for this. But this could potentially work. That would then create quite a bit of a wider section of the ship. Although, doing something sort of like that wouldn't be horrible, and then, like, using what's left of this amount of space to kind of connect together. The other bit is we could literally just have this be, you know, go a little bit further, maybe widen out once more with maybe, you know, more sharp width stuff, maybe 1x2s coming out the sides. And this could just be open, I guess. I don't know, I'm trying to think, because I'd want the hangar to be mostly, if not fully, sealed, which does mean I'm going to need to do a test, so time to go run a test. Roll Z. We're just gonna run it that way. Run it that way. Good. Then we'll just kind of run it here, I guess. Good. Good. I'm upset by this. Good. Okay. Then what I can do is if I simply do a set of pistons in the bottom. Where the frick are my pistons? I know I have them. Are those a 9? Where did I possess pistons? I remember having pistons in one of these. Ah, here it was. 5. Alright. And so what I'll do is I'll just stack 3 of these just to be safe. Actually, we'll do 2. We'll do 2 of these. For frick's sake. Okay. You. Good. And then what we'll do is quite simple. I am going to run a standard block. And we are going to run standard blocks. And then I will simply make a adjustment. We'll do it on the back. Actually, this does need to be there. We'll say right at that height. This is going to be a very interesting event. We want a small merge. You would be along there, and then we'd go along the outside of this with the edges. So we do corners that way, and then the other. I do believe blast doors are, I do believe that the blast doors were, in fact, Atmos ceiling, but I just want to be very careful about that. Okay, and then we run the edge. And then we just simply do this. Okay, so... Oh, looky. It managed to raise up till it merged. Good. I guess I'll just have to, where is a control panel piece? There it is. Button pedestal, vertical button pedestal, control panel. Pistons 2. Oh wait, we want to go merge first. So the merge block, one of you off. And then we do pistons, reverse. Okay, so it has merged and will not let go. What if I remove that? Will it move now? Verse. Okay. So why is this not moving? Okay, so it decided it didn't want to move. That's not good. Let's try this one more time. Because I don't know of any other way to do this. I'm going to get rid of this. Turn this layer right here into a door. So that'll be flat. We'll add a door. And then I'll just add this until I get to the same height that I want to be at. So... And then we do this. And then we would add in the next door at this layer. would mean that we would want to, at least for the very minimum amount of effort. Is that the one just beneath the door? You do believe it is. And so we'd want to go here with one of you, 1, 2. I could use a connector for this, but I would prefer to do it this way. And since this didn't seem to want to work the way that I thought it should have, I got an idea. All right. So if I rotate you, good. This is, of course, going this way. Okay. The entire goal of this is just to see whether these are, whether these do in fact hold an atmosphere. Blast door edges. I think they should, but yeah, in my opinion, these should hold an atmosphere without any issue. But my opinion means absolutely nothing. Good. Okay. So now, this is entirely a separate grid. And so if I sealed off the top here, came down here, right? So adding these here, and then we just kind of add in a wall like this. And I just need to add in, we'll put a hole there. Where are the fans? Hopefully I can find them. Doesn't look like we have fans anywhere, so we will throw together the option. Where's what I'm looking for? Oh, vent. That's what it's called. Then air vent. Okay. And then if I throw on a nope. Window. Where are the windows? 2x3s. Place the vent for now. G window 1x2. Where's 1x2 flat? So this should allow me the ability to Good. I can, in fact, see whether it is available or not. Now, I do need to remember to throw on at least a small O2 tank on either side. Good. And do a similar thing, we'll say, up the top of this. Then air vent. We'll just place to a U. Wrong button. Shoot. Okay. Okay, and then if I grab a power source. Okay. So that does count. If I open this, does that count now at the bottom too, or is it still... Nope, now it's yellow. Okay. But then if I... add in the merge... The first two, make sure that they are on. So you're off. And then did pistons. I'm going to reduce it to 1. Because it should, in theory, lock. And then if it locked... But it is locked. Okay. But it does not account for open door. Okay, so these are not a edge block that I could use. I would have to find a different block that would not merge, but also allow for movement. So what I'd probably have to do would be, rather than these, yeah, rather than these, what I'd probably have to do, if I just come over to 4, I'm gonna try it. Which would be these. We would have to run light slopes. Good. Then we'd make the slope again. All right. And rotate you. So now would be the interesting time. Okay. So now if I disconnect and extend, right, by doing that, does that now allow that one to be green? It does. Okay. And so if I did that, close this door, and then told the merge. All right. And then would this actually be able to make it to this height? It would be able to. And if I just remove about 0.3 millimeters, it'd be able to even lock at that height. All right. So I just type in like pistons. Maximum distance 1.9. 1.9 we'll give it. Reverse. Okay. So what are their okay. So just remove the 0.9 restriction from one of them, and that should be sufficient. We'll take this one. You full extension. Perfect. The other one, I think, if I just go piston 2.9, we'll say 0.93. Oh yeah, that is almost exactly what I'd need if I then did merge. Turned on you. You allow merge. Oh right, I also need to allow merge of 2. And that should be good. They merged. Perfect. And so this would be a suitable elevator style. Of course, it's a little short right now, but like if I closed this door, this is fully available. And then if I decided to freaking do that, do the pistons, put them on reverse, and then went merge. And then we just slowly go down. And this would work. And as long as the two end points and the corners line up. Oh, right. I need to remember to piston minimum distance we'll say is 0.1. We'll do 0.2 each. Reverse. Reverse. Oh, wow. Just like a 0.13 to one of them, and then that would be nearly perfect. Just take you. Minimum distance 0.25, so we'll say 0.25. No, we'll do 0.23. Okay. Reverse, reverse. Perfect. Perfect. So now, as long as I basically have these running, this should work. So I just extend them all and retract them all. This should be able to do it. So I would want a timer, but essentially this is a functional elevator. And it even keeps the oxygen from transversing. So I could literally set up a system, right? Because they're not merged now. So any door that would be open would open the containment. But yeah, as long as I do that, should work. All right. So this can technically work. Nice test. And delete the test. But I do need to figure out how I want to deal with the rest of this. I like the idea. I think what I might do is rather than to do the curve, what I might do is I might continue the steeper 5 angle and do it a little shallower, taking a little bit of inspiration from the taking inspiration from some of the other vehicles. And then I can then also use that to allow the very ends of these, especially the top sides, to kind of be swept backward a bit and to do a dual tier system. So I think that I can make this work very well. And I might even actually make this bottom section a little wider. That way I can hold slightly larger cargo. Because I could, in theory, do... Yeah, I might make this slightly wider and make it sort of a wide-nosed ship. So a wider ship. Maybe elongate the front to more of a point so it kind of widens out, maybe flows a little bit to the wider. So make a sort of, sort of thing where it kind of does this, where it comes forward, then goes inward, goes back out, comes back, maybe goes in a little bit, and then flares out towards the back end. And then what I can do, especially if I add some points, is I can do sort of a very curved look to the top layer. Especially if I use, use some fairly decent options, I think, to make some different shapes, kind of curving a little bit. And then create sort of a almost ship-esque divot, maybe, where then the command post can be located. I like that idea. So I think rather than this sort of curvy back end, maybe straightening it slightly, and then also breaking it up into sort of 2 different layers here. So you've got... Actually, it'd be breaking up into 3 layers. So what you'd have is you'd have the inner 3 blocks, which is 1 layer. Then with 1 basically layer in between that, you then have this layer and then this layer here. And so the very edge of this layer overextends beyond this, and the edge of the layer in between extends even further than that. And this would also allow me to maybe even set up along the ridge how would I want to set up the ridges? Alright, I think I'm going to look through some of my ships. Because I want to see, is there something that has the sort of style that I'm looking for? Let's see. Something like that could also work. We have the nacelles. Although I'd probably try to do more like a covered nacelle if I do add a nacelle-esque thing. The SMIs are very rugged, very military. The rail Corvette seems a little bit smoother, but it's still more rougher than I would intend it to be. Do I see a ship? I really wish I knew what all ships that I had, because there's like a ship that I saw, which I kind of like the idea of. I don't really want flat, but I don't know. Because I like the idea maybe of having like a custom missile launcher system to be able to like strike certain portions of a ship, but I don't know. Does anything have the look that I want to go for? This one's sort of close. The Japatha, third-rate ship of the line. That's an interesting design. But yeah, I'd like to do something where I use this missile, small or large? Large block. Okay. So these are big missiles. I probably want to do one of those. Where would it be? Skipjack is also a large. There's cluster bombs. All right. It's not in the red ships. Man, there are a lot of drop ships for me to spawn in and give a better look at some point. Let's see, where is it? Honestly, I love looking at the OPC stuff. I'll have to spawn in some of those at a later point. Yeah, I'll have to spawn in all the OPC ships at some point. They look very much all one world, which is very nice. Oh. Let's see here. What is this? Spraybird. I have so many drop ships, it's ridiculous. Here's the Wyvern. A different. That is a Wyvern superiority fighter. Honestly, this carrier doesn't look half bad. I'll have to spawn in the carriers as well at some point. But I still haven't found the ship that I was thinking of. If I even have it. That's the bit. I don't even think I have one of these type of ships. I guess the Halberg heavy cruiser is kind of a idea of it. Ooh. Yeah, I guess just sort of this triangular shaped thing. Why did that seem like that moved? Oh well, do all of these. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to make it. And we'll see how it looks. But yeah, I guess we'll just have to make it myself. All of these CAC ships. I guess this ship would probably be, yeah, this would probably be what I'd use if I ever replaced the Valcora. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Nothing else really would have what I'm thinking about. And so what I think I'd probably do actually is, yeah, make use of sort of this inner layer. And then what I could do is I could do sort of systems to fire off maybe 3-wide missiles, right? So bigger than than the smaller missiles, but decently scaled. I'd have to custom make casings, but that's fine. And then what I could do is, yeah, I could simply there wouldn't be, now that I think about it, there's no small block repair systems, are there? No, and so the missile system would have to be... Wait, no, there is. There is small block welders. Of course I'd be able to make this work. Perfect. Yeah, I'd be able to get like a small block missile. Yeah, I think that could work pretty well. So along here, maybe having like 3 or 4 side missiles. Because the other bit is that if I extend this to a larger idea, so yeah, making that a bit bigger. Because let's see, thinking about the length, I think I'm going to extend around here. I think I'm going to do I'm gonna make use of pistons. Where are the pistons? Pistons are number 9. 5. We'll use 2 pistons just so that I can make this work the best. We'll do 2 pistons and a landing gear. one of the bigger landing gear pieces. And so what I can do now is I can... I should be able to access everything from here. Type in piston, reverse, landing gear. Fuck. Well, that didn't work. And I failed to save in the right area. Quick load, yes. Good news is I've not really placed anything in the last while. I've just sort of looked around, so I'll be able to redo this in a more reasonable manner. But yeah, I've done stupid with that. But, all right, I got a rough idea on how to make this thing work. Because yeah, what I think I'll do is once I get the pistons going and it's longer and I have a bit more height, then I think what I'll do is I'll start kind of drawing out lines to follow, allowing for the shape of the ship to kind of form around the rough sketch idea. Because what I can do is I can make it that the front of the ship only has 2 layers. This sort of overcoat part, which will go down at least the end of the first, or at least most of the way down the first layer. That kind of sweeps up and outward a bit in sort of a shell piece. And then that shell piece kind of continues and then kind of outline that shell with a little bit thicker of an area, and then bringing that shell all the way to the very back of the ship, and that shell would encase sort of the upper portion. So the lower portion would probably be mostly empty, but this upper portion would kind of flow a bit until it reaches towards the back, where it might break a little bit to create sort of a wide-backed, sort of thruster pod. Although I could also create a multi-layered increase to the scale, allowing for sort of the gradual change into the wider form by sort of gradually growing to the size where it gets to this distance in between layers. But let me just simply remake it again and try to do this without breaking it this time. Number 9. Pistons. Quite simply do that. Okay, so piston, that works good. That automatically locks, which means that if I go over to here, go all the way up, I can unlock you, and then if I go pistons, ow. Oh wait, I don't have any power on the thing yet, so the pistons aren't going to move. Do we just allow power? I'm going to quickly save. Because what I'm doing may break everything. This may break everything. Surprisingly, nothing broke. That worked. I was able to share inertial tensor. Perfect. Okay. Okay. I really don't want to work with a really flimsy connection, so now we get to go move on to the scarier portion of this whole endeavor. Re-putting this on a pole. That is a pole that is going to be off-center. I do not like the idea of an off-center pole. You know what? I'll just leave it as is. We'll leave it as is. That's fine. All right. And then what I can do is, yeah, I'd probably want to drive from this layer forward. And then we'd want to go to at least back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? I'd want to put that a little bit further back. We'll move this to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of course, we will also add in the extra 2 blocks to provide the kind of shell its color and the inside its color, while still allowing, of course, personnel movement and full height doors. But basically what we do is if I just come forward a decent length, and what I'll do is I'll kind of, I think I'll provide a bit of sort of a split center. So what we're going to do is we are going to actually pull the, I'm going to just come over here, add that, and then I'm going to cut this center line back a bit so we kind of have this sort of split center with a and then I'm going to cut this back a bit. So it kind of goes, widens a bit, splits, keeps that split. So we keep the split center a bit. This would, of course, be the outer line. And the outer line, I think, should probably, if it dips, dip no more than 1 block lower. Although it may be not as fundamentally feasible as I'd like it to be. But I like the idea of kind of going outward, running. I'm kind of running a bit of a kind of slowly curving outward a bit more. So you're going to get that sort of sharper angle, and then it's sort of just slowly curves to that sort of lower angle. I think we will add this sort of ridge bit, and then we'll and we might do that one. So we're gonna go that way, extends slightly further, maybe does a 3, and then returns back to the sort of wider version of the bend. I don't like that. I think that's not as good, so I think I'm going to cut you in like that, add in do that. Make sure it's actually going to stick. But like, yeah, no. That actually isn't half bad if I just kind of clean up this backside piece a bit. Yeah. That's not nearly as kind of sharp. I think that works pretty well. Its sort of width works pretty decently as well. And then we just kind of run this backward more or less. And then, yeah, we just kind of use this to more or less keep. And we'll go a little bit wider. But actually, you know what? No, we won't go any wider. We'll just kind of keep it this way. We'll keep it sort of this layer, and then what we'll do is we'll break it up and then provide the center section there, basically like the bridge. So the very back is the bridge. So you've got your entrance layer, your main area, and then your bridge area. And so your bridge is just higher up. And so the bridge merges in to that layer. Windows. Can these be? None of those are small block. Okay. Which one of you had the blocks that I am wanting to find? One of you has what I'm looking for. Field work, was it you? It wasn't economy deluxe. It wasn't decorative 2. Was it it wasn't automatons? Was it contact that added these? Yeah, those are also NA. So I'd have to build the glass myself, which would be a pain in the rear end, but I think I can do it. But I like the idea that maybe, yeah, the glass maybe is a little steeper. And then I could also add in like a trench area around the glass. Maybe even cutting in at the edge of the glass. Yeah, and so this would go... Because if I was to do... How wide to this height? So if I, let's say, wanted to do this and did... We'll say 3, and then we did 3, and then we did 3. How wide? This may actually not be wide enough, which would be a bit upsetting because Yeah, I'd have to make that decent bit wider. Although, again, this is only the very bottom layer, and these are going to have some curve to the very edges. So I think I can make it work. Because I at least want to make it to that layer, so... What would be reasonable curves for this if I did that? If I just snip that again, let me just get rid of those, and... Like if I did this, I want this to be the outer ring, so I'd have to do it. This layer, we'd want to do what? 1, 2 in, 1, 2 in, 1 up, you, and then I guess probably that, and then run this. And then that would be kind of where that shell would end, and we'd provide one more block layer. And then this would sort of go forward a bit. Probably would want to go down. We're going to come that way. Going down, then from here. Then going inner one block. Forward. Then going down again. Then going inward. And then going forward, and then probably going forward, and that would, if I align these up so that this starts off equivalent, and then, I don't know, maybe make that part a little bit longer, go up. So that'd be 3, 3, and 3, which actually does provide a fairly decent slope. And then it kind of flattens a bit. And that would basically be the front end, using this as the exterior wall. So sloping up and then sloping wider. Which actually would work pretty well, because if I continue this sort of... I can almost continue this, except for going this way. And then kind of just continuing to slowly widen a bit. Because then this would also provide a great place for like a gun that's inset like this one layer. And so you end up with like this just big gun that just kind of can sit right here, entrenched. And especially with the cockpit being right up top here, I think that could work pretty well, especially if the cockpit's, you know, raised more than the standard off the bottom. So it'd be like 1.5 or something like that. And then just kind of continuing to, I don't know, raise this to whatever distance I think is right. I think that's probably about wide enough. Kind of just bringing it out. Of course, probably, you know, widening it once again just to be safe. Good. Do it again. Just continue this, slowly getting wider. And then I think what I could do here, especially since I want to bring this upward toward the back, so it becomes over the top, and then would cover this. And so what I could do is sort of bridge this up and in. So if I was to kind of continue with that curve, but up and in. So more or less continue that curve and then just constantly go up in, so we bridge the edge, going at about probably the width of about here-ish, where we'd probably bridge it up to about this level. Yeah, we can bridge it up into this level or even the one layer beneath. Well, yeah, we'll bridge it to this layer. That provides a 1.5 or thereabouts, because this is on the same level as that. Which actually makes me want to do something interesting. I'm going to get rid of that one. And I'm going to instead bridge this up. So we're going to chop this a little bit closer, and we're going to go out and up. And then we're going to go again up and maybe out. Or we'll just go up again. And then kind of just continue going up again. Until you would reach where the back end of this vehicle would probably be. And so, yeah, it just kind of, slowly flattens out. We'd probably add some turrets, maybe even making some cutouts inside of this armor chunk. Probably one front, one back, do like dual gun there, one gun further up, creating your kind of frontal armament. Or even one front, bottom, one front up, and then leave that, so it's just 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, and so what we do is I am going to drop to the layer that this has, and then I'm going to just quite simply use this as the layer here. So, like, and then we would go up at this layer. And then we would just kind of, again, add one more bit until we reach back here. And then we just seal this. This would be all where one layer would be. Of course, bringing these inward or pulling them outward as I would deem necessary. And then I think we would probably make this... If we wanted it to be at this layer right down here, I'd want to probably pull it going slightly up a little bit after the curve. So we'll go up first, then we'll go back a bit, kind of go up again. And then I'm going to pull up a bit more. Then I'm going to go up again. Then go again. Go there. And of course, this would be where you would have like personnel suites. So you'd kind of have your windows. So that's about the height that I'd want to stop it at. Of course, also, we've gone up 1, 2. So I need to go inside one more. So this would actually be going that way. And then that would be that going inside. This is supposed to be the outer barrier, so yeah, and then we do probably 2 blocks of that, so 1 further up. Then we'd go out. And then we'd go up. Then we'd kind of go that way, up, that way. Probably again inside again at the 2-layer mark. This should more or less correspond pretty closely. If nothing else, I'll add 1 more just to be safe. So that's a bit steeper towards the bottom, better as it gets up, and then I just need to yeah, just kind of that one, remove these 3, boom, and then that kind of, we would probably then bridge kind of a little bit further. Maybe go up 1 more. Go out. Ooh, and then it actually went above the corner, so it'd be able to bridge back out again. And then we'd be able to kind of run sort of a back a bit, maybe then add in the wider portion. And maybe go down. Because I think I'm going to get rid of all of this. So basically just taking you. We'll keep the part there just to be safe, but we're going to snip these right like this. Just snippy, snippy. Good. And then I'm just going to continue with the other thing. So we'll also snip you. Just snip those 2. And then we'll kind of bring this wider. And then what this will also have is we'll have a second one start up. So then we'll start a second curve coming from like here, just kind of pulling out. So after we get like the windows just slightly below it, we'll kind of get a curve that more or less is going to be flat. And then probably try to rotate the curve a bit and then widen it a bit. So we'd probably try to create like a half circle that kind of comes over this, and then try to bring it out, and then that'll kind of cover the further bottom engine set. So we'll have another engine set there. As it gets further back with this, that'll be another engine set, and so we'll get two different sets of engines, maybe even a third, with like a central spire that's sort of rounded around the edges and then kind of comes up towards the back. Sort of where the kind of, yeah, that would also be like the communications bulb, where you'd also probably have things like a shield or anything else. And then, yeah, all right, so then we go back a bit, right? And then we kind of come back down again, so we'll do another, and we'll do another wide, and then we'll do that. And then we'll do another down wide bit. And then we'll kind of go down wide one more time. Then we'll do kind of another, and then we'll do a little bit more steeper, go below halfway. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So we'll, yeah, I like this idea. So what we'll do is we'll kind of pull this further down, and then when I add in any sort of engines or whatever towards the back end, what I can do is I can sort of add sort of a bulbous raised section where another cover would be placed over top of whatever's underneath it, engine or whatever, to allow for it. And then that also helps with providing the back end, especially as we widen this thing out. So we are going to go down. I'm gonna kind of drop it down more and then really get to the widening portion of this. So actually, I kind of like the idea that as it drops faster, it kind of widens more. So we're gonna get this. Oh, that was not the right way for that to work. That's already the drop. So it would go like that. 3, drop it again, out. Then we do that again. Where we then might be able to just sweeping pull at the 2 layer outward instead of going down. And then kind of pull this. We're going to provide a very limited curve. And then we kind of pull the curve a bit steeper to maybe a 4. I feel like that's a little too flat, so I think we'll make this portion where it drops down the other 4, go down, and then do that. So we go down again, and then a set of 4, and then maybe coming back, then doing another set of 4. I kind of like that look. It kind of looks pretty decent. You kind of get your armored shell topper with a less armored underbelly that would probably carry cargo, less important stuffs, and then sort of the thing, because this would also allow for thrusters right here. And then the other thing that this does is I do want to provide a landing bay. It could go under the shell, under the bottom of the shell, or even just be quite simply an open bottom space. And it still should work pretty well. I think we're going to pull these back even, and then do like a 2. And then we're just gonna kind of go back even further. We'll probably then at this point drop it a little lower. Probably when we drop it lower, we'd also go wider. I like that. And that is such a very nice shape. And like, the guns aren't even going to be overly that, because we can easily create like a little plateau here where we can add in like a gun or 2. So it could be 1, 2 guns there, maybe a gun on a raised bed here, slightly lower than that. So we do like 1, 2, maybe 3 towards the front. Maybe do some bigger gun here. But I kind of like the idea of using sort of this smooth area and having this be where you'd have like your main gun with maybe 2 smaller ones on sort of a slightly raised bed. But that'd be like the exception to the rule. Maybe actually cutting it down. So cutting out an extra hole. Yeah, I like the idea of like cutting out a hole to add in the gun. You're gonna cut holes in the outer armor shell to add in probably, I'm gonna say maybe 3 frontal guns. So 1, 2, and then the 3rd up top. Maybe doing more, because this is quite an area. So maybe 1, 2. So 2 with 1 on top. And then positioning the next 2 or 3 guns in this area right here. So you'd have like a couple guns there. For guns on the underside, I think what I could probably do is I could probably actually use these cutouts, these 2 cutouts there and there, and then maybe even this cutout for ball turret style guns. So maybe, ooh, actually I kind of like that idea. So like right down here, creating sort of an indent. And this would be like a custom turret controller gun that just is basically like a small ball turret that can look left, right, and just and would just fire from like a socket right here. So that would kind of drop in a small amount. Then you'd have the gun, and then it kind of pull out. And so it'd go back by like 1 or 2. allow the gun to have a good range of fire and have those be like your side mounted, and then also what you'd use for ground assaults, so attacking a ground-based target. I could even do those like two larger in the front, so creating like two bigger guns, so you kind of have here, there, and then maybe one larger like frontal gun sort of tucked up maybe here. So it'd sort of be tucked up here, a bit higher than the others, but it'd be like a bigger gun to use. So we sort of tuck this from like here down and bring that back. So it'd be kind of here down, bring that back, or even there up, and that would just be empty space besides the one gun. Or even two cheek guns. That would also work pretty well there. Actually, yeah, I think that's what I'll do at the bottom. So we possess two cheek guns. Actually, maybe a dual stacked cheek gun now that I think about it. Yeah, so we'd probably have... Ooh. We could do a large missile tube down the center, right? Two cheek guns. And then we could create sort of a gun silo area. I'm kind of foregoing this thing being cargo at this point because I always do. I guess what I could do is I could make those spots where you would potentially have cargo. Because I actually want to scale back the guns. I need to not overarm this thing. So I think what I'll do instead of what I was thinking of doing, I think what we'll do is we'll do this. We'll do two guns on the front here, right? So two cheek guns on the front kind of possess the lower quarter, not really able to shoot behind. We would possess probably one or two guns, probably side mounted here. That might stick out a little bit further than the edge, so you'd kind of have your firing arc. So, you know, you'd be able to fire. And then you'd have your top-mounted gun here. Maybe two other top-mounted guns around here. So you'd kind of create one. There'd be three top-mounted. Probably three side, and then maybe one ventral. But I think that's what I'll do. So you'll have your entrance there. You'll have those ventral guns. And I think what I might even do is I might even possess maybe, I don't know, around here, creating a an extendable tube to connect to other ships, or even to be able to house... Actually, you know what? That's what I could do for this area. This could house the miner. The mining docking bay. Because it's already going to be a split, mostly open bottom. And so if I extend this out a little bit further, depending on the size of the miner that I make, I could have the miner just simply dock either vertically or horizontally right up into that section, or even dock to the side, kind of like this. Yeah, maybe having it docked in the side, kind of like right here. That could work, especially if I lower down that middle section a little bit. Because the other bit would also be, you know, cargo containers, hydrogen storage. But I love this design, and I actually think this is really cool. Alright, and then, yeah, I think what I'm going to do is... I think we're going to possess the... Where would I want the other stuff to be placed? I guess we'll continue this, where we'll probably go in and up one more. Go a little bit further out. Gonna go in and then up. All right, and then I think that would probably be... Yeah, we'll kind of pull this back even further. Yeah, I think we'll even leave a little bit wider gap towards the back. And I like the way that this looks, because you can see the plate covering everything basically throughout the back end of this. So we'll elongate you a little bit, do once again that in, up. And then we'll kind of finish going up, as it's more than high enough, actually. And we're gonna kind of go back, run a little bit back. And then we'll just kind of run it all the way back with a 3-wide bait or bait in the back end of the ship. So then I think what we'll do is we'll start going down. I'm just kind of realizing how weird this will look when it's finished, but that's fine. Yeah, and then what I can do is I can sort of create sort of jagged sections where it kind of curves as I bring it up to here. So it'll sort of do hoop around engine, hoop around engine. Of course, engines will actually be primarily one hydrogen surrounded by maybe 4... Yeah, probably one hydrogen, 4 ions in like groups. So 1 hydrogen, 4 ions in a pod, basically. And that would be the engine sections. Or actually, nah. What I'll do is I'll just do the wave sort of levels. Now I get to decide on the distance between engines. If I start engines here, so engines would be at this level at about this distance. So I'm going to say this level, this distance. So I am just going to come about this way and say engines in this section. Then we'll go outward. So I would probably go warfares. probably further out, and then do hydrogens, and we'd probably run groupings like that. So that is a 5-block tall grouping. So yeah, it'd probably be like that with that engine, and then I don't know, like the other one being here. Or yeah, then also using these to kind of run pods sideways. So I'd probably actually get rid of that. And we just kind of have sets like that. 1 hydrogen, 2 of those. So if I do that, they're only like 4 or 5 blocks long. We are going to need a lot of thrust, however, because this thing is absolutely massive. And a lot of that thrust will come in the form of this back size area. So I think I'm actually going to do 1 more of these elongated tail pieces just to give it more vertical or more horizontal. And then yeah, we'll go there, go up. We'll say probably 3 or 4. So I'm gonna use this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we just kind of elongate. So we're gonna do 2-step, and then we'll bring this back quite a bit further. Actually, we'll cut it even further. So what we'll do is we'll have, yeah, I have figured out the right way to handle the engine problem, or the storage problem, which would probably be to do, yeah, to just eject out the back bottom. So which if I do sort of a kind of angled opening, because I'm going to get rid of this. Let's just get rid of this. I don't want you, and I'm going to actually get rid of these 2. Because I just had the idea of basically doing this, right? So this area, how do I want everything to fit? Because I very well could, in theory, pull these around, like go back in a bit and pull around, and pull like real steeply around an area. So like pull it up like that, and then kind of it just kind of sweeps in, and then kind of pulls back around a bit more before splitting into the 2 spikes, allowing for an area. So basically, rather than coming out this way, it kind of comes around this way, widens again, sharply drops, and then elongates, and then providing a top spire. I could do that if I wanted to. That would then allow me to more feasibly create a cargo shuttle-like piece that'd be able to go out the back, just kind of fit into a hole, look very connected to the rest of the ship, and then kind of go out of the ship. However, the other option would be to maybe create openings kind of coming like this into the ship and then going backward, which would then need flatter zones, which probably means cutting this back to create the first engine pod section where the engines kind of start. Because the other option is, again, how big are most space miners? I'll look up mine. Okay, so I'm just going to look at a bunch of different miners. Even deep core miner. The mole. Which one's gonna be the largest? I want to try to find. I don't have nearly as many miners as I thought I did. That's 92. That's large block. Large. Okay. So we'll say this miner. You know, if we give a rough estimate on scale, we'll go with this miner. This miner is entirely 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks tall. Okay. How much space does this thing possess? Control panel. Oh, we got one medium cargo. That's it. So I'd probably beef up the miner a bit, but I'd say no more than 10 by 20. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah. So no more than 10 high, at most 20 to 25 small long. So at the most 5 large by, we'll say, we'll try to keep it within this sort of width. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So about 9 to 10 wide. So it's got to be able to fit between, with the front capacity being, because you know what? I think I've got an idea. And this idea would basically be for this. If I decide to elongate this bottom section out to meet the sort of width of this, how long does that actually give me if I decided to do that at this height, where I've sort of arbitrarily chosen? Especially going back a bit, trying to not necessarily adjust it, but we'll say it that way. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. So I could definitely, without going too far in this section, create sort of a small block area just to be able to, you know, a small opening where you'd house the miner, or even being able to do that inside, given the probable less than 11 blocks. How wide's the inside here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So yeah, if I simply widen the interior space of the already allocated space for a miner, I should definitely be able to fit 2 ships roughly the same scale as a miner. And if I wanted to do some sort of anything with this, a miner would be the primary for this. So we do a miner with a welder. So we'd have a miner, a welder, and then maybe a few other small ships basically in this sort of space. Because we can also pull this down a little bit. So sort of creating a bit of a area where it kind of raises a bit, probably to this height, maybe going back forward, as well as going up, but it should be able to get it to fit in the opening. Good. So, I don't know, maybe... I kind of want to just create a flat wall now, which doesn't seem great, but I think what I'll do is I might just make a wall here. Like, just make a wall. That wall kind of creates the inner edge, right? The bottom edge, I can kind of cause to be pulled outward a little bit, especially along this edge. Especially if I elongate it back a little bit further and then kind of go like this. We're gonna, I don't know, drop slightly. So we'd go 1, 2. So that'd be a 2, 2, 2, 2. And I just kind of pulls that out, goes down 1, and allows for a extension to this back end. That's a little too close, so we'd want to pull this even further back. Honestly, I think if we just... That already is about an extra 2, so if I just simply... Because this is kind of going like this. So yeah, if I decide to bring you out 1, bring you out another 2, and then do that by 1, and then I'd be able to come out up top, and then just kind of run a 1 extra block. All right. And then I can just kind of delete this line again. Because then this would actually fit even still pretty decently. So from this height, what I can do is... This widens again even better. And as things kind of come for that, I can easily cut this area back a bit. So it kind of just does that, allowing for the shell to kind of cover it. And this would easily fit most of the back end of the ship. So I can easily just simply do that. And so what this would allow would be that this would allow for because the other thing that I could do is I could do thrusters, the slit, which would only need to be, well, now that I think about it, this wouldn't be able to carry the transport. But I guess this is entirely a transport, so adding a miner to this makes more sense than I think adding a shuttle, as the miner can operate as a shuttle, or could the probably grinder, and I could probably create some sort of shuttle with folded wings and stuff that should be able to fit in the allocated available space. And so what I might do as well is I think I'm going to cut back this and maybe go from here, cut that back a little bit. And what I can do is I can kind of do a step where you'd kind of have thrusters. So we'll continue this. Well, especially once we get this in the right location. Given where this is now, this would actually sit here. So that would probably go there. And then we'd probably pull it up. And then just simply add that getting connected to there. So that kind of pulls this up a bit. And then that provides for, if I just simply add what would essentially be the bottom barrier. And then throw together the floor. So this would be a floor. So I'd probably make stairs up to this level. Oh, come on. Really? It's just too tight for me to make it through? Alright, now I can get in. There we go. Good. Yeah. So what we'd do is we'd probably have this be the actual ground level. And yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll either have them exit out the sides or simply exit out a small hole in the back, so it'd go up through the back of the ship, come over here, go to either side, land one of the two ships, maybe even one larger, towards this front, but then return out the back, basically like this, going down and dipping. And so from probably here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I will make it a little wider, but basically doing something where we more or less have a slanted decline down. Probably... I'd probably want to make it a smooth problem. Hey, back! Hey, how you doing? Glad you're back in rush. How you doing? Alright, so then I'll just do 2. Back with lunch. Nice. So if I do that there, and then I use... I'm going to say a 10 block high opening. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'm going to actually provide it a little bit higher. This is a ridiculous thing. Nice. So I then go outward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then do drop down, and then do this. I really hope that this works. Yeah, this is gonna be ridiculous. Try one more of these down to then create the final angle, and so that would be the internal angle. What's the difference now in these blocks? If I just line myself up more or less is 2. Okay, and so I would have this more or less. I'm just gonna create that and then go. I'm gonna create a wall there, and then it kind of go from this point three, I could actually cut that back even further. What I can do is if I drop this down by the 1, extend you out the 1 more. Then by this. There we go. And then I can just kind of add the final bit to this wall. And so what I'd be able to do is simply add this as a ceiling. And we just quite simply repeat this. We'll have to add some extra detail to this at some point, but for now it's good. I then am going to have to try to actually fly a freaking fly a ship through this open area and get it inside of this without breaking anything. That'll be the hard part. Because I gotta make this somehow work. And then that would be that. And so what we'd have is we'd probably have... I'm going to say... I don't know. I'm going to simply coat that. Yeah. Actually, let me better show off the full ship in a second. That way I can do this. we have this. It is the, yeah, this is a rather interesting shape. I should probably get rid of the grouping in between here at the very least. Yeah, this is definitely gonna have to be made rather interesting. Let me spawn in a miner. Mine. We want. We'll take this one. Alrighty. This would be the fun part of this. The way that things would enter this ship would be basically like this. Okay. And then, of course, they would land inside the area. I don't know what I'd be able to do, if anything, for a, yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to do anything to allow for a... I just realized what I could do to allow for a ceiling door. What I can do is I can have a door flip up into the angle. Since I know that the angle would be 22.5 to properly line up with the rest of it. If I created a another layer on top of that, or just remove that surface layer, it'd be 22.5 is that angle. And yeah, this just kind of drops down here to deploy ships like miners and other such vessels. And that would just be hidden in the back end. Oh wow, it's 11:40. Okay, alright, yeah, let me add in a good old wall here. I'm gonna say probably that, so, and we'd also want to cut inward a bit, which I could actually do, so I'm going to just kind of cut from there, and then cut sort of similar chunk from up here. Yes. Delete. Do the same thing on the other side. That way, that allows for the thinner nose area, although that was not necessary. Z. We'll just replace that because that's actually not necessary, because it doesn't really start dipping until after this wall, so it won't be a problem. Okay, so I would probably want to put you, and then which one of these has the ions? Oh, come on. Wrong button yet again. Ugh, I hate that so much. There it is. And then we'd probably do dual ions. And then probably use a a layer about there to probably add on some of the smaller ion warfares. I'm not happy with those. I think if I'm to add anything, it should be a standard ion at sort of the excess range of an extra 2 blocks. Yeah, how are you doing, Rades? I guess the other thing I could do is try for a raised central or lowered central. We'll probably lower that by the block. Where the frick is it? There. And then use these here. And then adding sort of a layer just kind of along here. Because I desperately am going to need to then add basically doing this. We're going to actually add an extra couple of blocks, so we'll fill that back in, and then what we'll do is we'll just simply extend by, we'll say, 3 more above. Good, and then we'll add on this. I am going to have a lot of fun trying to do anything with these. And then what I'll probably do is elongate this by an extra 2 blocks. And then if I throw together these with the regulars, going probably the 1 block above middle, 1 block above middle, that block. I really need to stop having dampeners on auto. Okay, and that would be sort of a chunk of the main thrusters. We'd also have thrusters running along the sides of however I do the rest of the back end. But at the very least, I needed to figure out those, and if I was doing more of them, which I very well might. What I'm going to do is we're just going to elongate these, elongate it that way. Create it like that. This one, do that. This would probably be flatter, so what we'll do is we'll run, probably run 2 hydrogens here and here. So yeah, we'll run 2 hydrogens there and then there and then I don't know what I keep doing to turn on those, but I would like to not. And I think I'll take the sci-fi larges and do those. Go to downward a bit. And that will be basically the thruster pack for a majority of this, with another set of thrusters probably down here. But again, I do think I do want to do some tests, so let's do some very basic piping. Because, you know, tests are going to be very important. Yeah, that would be in a bit of a, not as usable space. Yeah, and that doesn't really work very well with the scale I'm going with. So what we'll do, actually, is we will, in fact, run a conveyor converter on top like that. And then we'll run the armored track running to the center with one of those. And then we will also... That would actually be a really good idea to replace with one of these. Same thing with that one. Because then what we can do is we can go 7. And just throw these. And that would connect in between these two. And there's some thrust. That should be... Oh, right. I don't think I have any power on the ship yet. I'm going to want to try to get at least some of the hydrogen stores up and running so I can, at least by the end of today, give a rough test to see if even this amount will fly. Stop bouncing, please. Okay, I want the other pipe wing to go in between. And then what we'll do is we will do very similar sets of pipes, basically right here. We'll add in these, and then add in these. And then do that to this one. We then will add this over here somewhere. Good. I then also need to somehow figure out how I'm piping up all of these, which easiest would be connect from the back, but that's fine. Yeah. What do you think of the ship, by the way, Naresh? My thought is you'd kind of have a gun here, maybe 1 or 2 guns down there, maybe just a piece of glass. Maybe 1 gun down there. Maybe actually doing a gun further down here. Who knows, but yeah. Pardon? I asked what you thought of the ship. These ones are you. And 2 of you. And do that. And then we go back over to the tanks of fuel. Looks slimmer for sure, almost like the one vessel from Star Wars. Which one? What is it, like a Pelion? Not a Pelion, it's a different ship. The, Republic. Oh, I don't remember the name of the ship. It's not the Consular. Dang it, I can't remember the name of any of the ships that I'm thinking of right now. Alright, let's grab you. So it would be that. You. Straight. It looks like a boat with a long protrusion going downwards. Yeah, kind of. To be fair, this part right there is going to disappear, so it'll just be this, but... Oh wait, was that the longer? That was the longer of the middle pieces. It's fine. Alright. Then we'll just do you. The way that everything goes, I should do you. Go to this. Click, 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 click. And then boom, boom. Boom, boom. Where the frick is the fuel? These are only small tanks, but I can fit a lot of small tanks in this thing, so... That'll be the benefit of this design. I can actually fit some small tanks in the dang thing. Alright. The other thing that I can do is... Where the frick are... Battery... Large battery... add in another large battery. Throw in another large battery right here. And then with the gyroscopes, what I can do is I can just add in gyroscopes, 6 on each battery. Good, good. So that is now 12 gyroscopes. I'll add a little bit more just to be safe. But that is now those ones with thrust. I think I'll also probably put 2 large hydrogens maybe vertically here. So one there and then another one there. So we'll have 4 reverse hydrogens. So now we need to simply plug it in. We'll run you. Brick, that's not accessible through here. The MC-75. Oh! Yeah, that ship. I know exactly what ship that is. Luckily enough. Alright, and then I'll use the armored to run armored that way, armored that way, armored that way. Straight, add in a C joint. So now I've got reverse thrust as well. I don't have any down thrust, but I can probably add those pretty easily. I think I can probably add in the down thrust, locating it pretty much just like this. I just find it neat how boat-like it is. More so from above. Yeah. And then, yeah, I can kind of add in maybe 3 of these. These would be connected through other means, but just these, but I like the idea that behind this one, I actually do add in a proper conveyor converter the way that I want it to go. Then do this. And then what I'll do is I'll just quite simply okay, that way, and then this can be a pretty much straight line all the way across to here where it does another curve up, curve across. Oh, right. I forgot that the hydro tanks do refill as long as you have the other things as well. Lovely. Okay, so I need to go up, apparently, with this. So what I'll do is I run from right here and then run it directly upward. And then we want to run it inward, C joint. Add in another straight joint. I want to get to above this layer, so good. So we'll just flip straight, joint, more or less. And then we'll add in our C's. Control delete, I guess. I do know at least where I need to get this to go, which would be up vertically using a standard conveyor piece. I use another set of armoreds just to kind of allow for easy access to the conveyor system. And then just kind of run this all the way backward. There's so much conveyor that could be knocked out, but... Alright. Alright, I'll just turn this into a C. And then we'll just, again, run across right here. Actually, I think I'll do... Instead, what I'll do is I'll do that around, up one more. And that'll be where this runs. And then I'll use it kind of centrally. I just need to work on actually getting some version of piping in. Okay, so we have right here. One off. Shit. That one. And then the middle. And then, of course, it should be that one. And that one. Dang it. And then, of course, we get to these ones, which, to be frankly honest, could just be done like this. Remove that. I'm going to use you to throw a conveyor converter. And then what I'll do is in the central area, I am going to run basically a route that basically does this. So we go from you C joint across, and then we'll actually, rather than that, what I'll do is make you that one, because what's going to be in this back area, because it really has no other location to really be. It's too big for freaking large tanks. So you really, the only way that I'm going to be able to fit some large tanks in here are going to be like this. I'm going to get, what, 2 large tanks at best? 2 large tanks at best. Alright, well. As long as it works. So these ones, these are right on point, so I'm just gonna do that. Then run a dual C joint. I will run you a T joint, so this one will go C upward. That will connect those to these tanks. These tanks will be joined together. There. We'll go down to this position for a curve. This is really quite a more arduous process than I like. Good. C joint. And then I will simply run C joint on top of you. 2, 2. Okay. And then what I'll do is, because we are definitely also going to require some things, so we're going to use small O2 tanks. Where is it? 2. Good. Oh, and how goes the fixes for all the troubled aspects? I don't think any progress has currently been made on anything that's been a problem for the last while. More or less just due to the amount of difficulty that arises in trying to fix anything. Oh, that is one lower. So what I can simply do is I can simply take you and go, yeah, nothing so far has been able to be fixed. Just the way that things go as this things stand for now. Okay, and then I can do C. And then that would allow me to add in, where the frick are H2O2 generators? I have some hydrogen engines, which I also will probably use a couple of, but not many. Actually, I'll need to use a lot of H2O2s. Where are the H2O2s? Those are assemblers. Oh, here's H2O2 generators. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're just going to simply add quite a significant amount of H2O2 generators. Yeah, okay. There we go. Okay. So what we're then going to do is we are going to simply combine. So over here, we're just simply going to grab one of you. Over here is simply going to use that will join those. These will go straight. There we go. So now, all of the thrusters should be... Why are you not running? Oh, because I've not bridged the gap between this point and the other point. That's why. If I change you into a T-joint, and then probably another T-joint just to... And then just go straight across. And we just kind of run this all the way across. All right. Yeah. What were all the troubled aspects again? I'm very poor with remembering this. I remember there's... I know there's a few things. I am completely blanking on a lot of stuff, though. Okay, Okay. And now what I'll do is I will simply add a... We'll add that there for now. I want to run a test. Shit. Wrong button. I meant a quick save, not quick load. Dang it. The canceled, the restrictions, the VLC player, and SOCOM. I will have to try to get all that stuff running again soon. Let's see. The VLC requires that. YouTube restrictions, I can't really do anything about. But Castled, I forgot about getting in contact with that person. SOCOM, I can try to work on. So, yeah. Hopefully, before the next stream, I should hopefully have the SOCOM stuff fixed. Hopefully, I can get the VLC player, and I can get Castled. Hopefully. Yeah, I can't really do much about the YouTube restrictions because, well, they are set by other services, not necessarily me directly. So, whilst I set up the thing that governs it, somebody else has control over the system itself. So, I have a system currently operating on my computer, which basically forces YouTube to be restricted mode on any device with that app installed. Allows me not to see the things I don't want to see that YouTube doesn't remove and wouldn't have any issues anyway. No! Oh, it was all the way back here? Dang it! Alright, that's unfortunate. Alright, that's that. Alright, so go right, the one block in the middle. So we do this. And then we use these. Good. That's what we'll work with. I did just realize that I can probably add a couple of hydrogen engines. And I have 4 hydrogen engines. Okay. So these would probably not be permanent runners, but they would be things that would be more permanent than not. And then, quite simply, down, forward, right angle, U. Oh, come on, really? Allow me to see it. U, and then we'd go with the straight. Good. And then you know what? I can actually make use of this, as I will in fact need even more H2O2 generators. And actually, now that I think about it, this also looks like a great place to start throwing some large tanks of fuel. I can probably fit, I don't know how many I'm going to fit in this gap, but 2 blocks in between. Good. So what I can do is, as long as I can join these all 3 together. Good. And then I'll just kind of do this. Stop bouncing. And we'll run. Can't run any more of these, so we'll then switch this back over to H2O2s. Good, and then all right. Where the frick are my tanks again? I just realized these would probably be better to do with these. So it's not exactly a necessity to use these. I find they're very good. All right, and then I just need to get down. Okay, okay, good. You can fit right alongside there. Are you in line? I do believe that is in fact in line. It does mean that if I get the right angle, yes. Perfect. And now all of these are all connected up. That would cause a very big boom if it went off, but that's fine. Okay. Now we have a reasonable amount of creation. All right, there we go. Everything should all be running. I should probably also throw in a couple of batteries over here. I'll just do this. What we'll do is we'll just simply throw you in as deep as you go. There we go. All right, so now it is time for the simple test. Save now. Yes. Okay. This will be the test right now. Landing gear. I have no left or right, which I need to fix before things go very bad. Shoot. Auto dampeners. Okay. There we go. Now we have all the thrust. Is this really all the thrust needed? Okay. We desperately need more hydrogen. Like more gyroscopes, I mean. But oddly enough, I'm not angry with the speed at all. All right. We'll just quick load and then exit that, and that'll be the stream. I did far more in terms of creating a more reasonable scaled ship. This will be a cargo, so those areas along the downward thrusters will be getting more work, probably cargo containers along the sides, strapping them, as well as a couple more downward thrusters. But overall, most of the weight's been added, and its thrust to scale ratio, I think, is pretty good. So my large scale small grid actually worked. I'm pretty pleased by that. I really, really wish that YouTube had a raid system. But, oh well. Oh, right, that's another thing I need to get going soon. Yeah, because right now, as it comes with Twitch, Twitch basically won't let me do anything unless I use another browser, which won't let me log in, and the only thing left that they've told me that I could do is to just quite simply use a different browser, which don't really have access to. Yeah. I can't currently log in on my computer, and oh, really? Did you have to? Fine, we'll exit to main menu. No. Yeah. I currently can't log into Twitch on my computer, and the only thing that I've basically been told after I've tried every other system that they... Well, the thing is, it should work. Something went wrong, and between my computer to their system, it just won't let me log into Twitch on my computer using the latest version of Edge. Oh wait, did I click load? But yeah, the latest version of Edge is not working with it. So the only thing that they basically suggested was to, what's it called again? Right. Yeah, basically, they recommended to restart the browser. I've done that. They recommended clearing cookies. I've done that. The only other thing that I haven't tried to do is to, quite simply go over to a different browser. That's it. The only other troubleshoot method, see if this works, that they could suggest is try a different browser. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Apparently, this happens every once in a while because there was quite a few posts online basically saying, oh, yeah, if you have that problem, here's what you do. As if this happens like frequently enough to where, it's not like a one time thing. It seems to be something that occurs a few times. I did just think of something that I can try to do that maybe might make it work, which hopefully it does, because if it does, that means that I don't have to worry and everything can move smoothly again, but I don't know. But yeah, that's why the last two streams have been YouTube only, because Twitch won't let me log in on my computer. Alright, so now we go that. Alright, well. Alright. I guess I did just have a thought, which I'm going to quickly test before ending the stream. Okay, that does have that. Alright. Yeah. Yeah. It just says, your browser is not currently supported. And then if I was to try to just log into just regular twitch.tv, it would say the same thing. Yeah, it says browser not currently supported. Despite the fact that if you use the use a recommended browser, and it says most recent version of Microsoft Edge, the two latest versions of Google Chrome, two for Mozilla Firefox, and most recent Edge, and most recent Opera, as well as Safari. And for Microsoft Edge, basically it just says check that you've got the latest version of yep, my Microsoft Edge is up to date. I do remember correctly. And I look at settings. I think about Edge. It tells me that that is. Yep. So it says Microsoft Edge is up to date. So yeah, that's the fun thing. And the last thing that they basically told me is try using a different browser in incognito mode and see if that works, because they basically said disable all extensions, VPNs, restart your browser, restart everything else, and it just won't let it work. So, yeah, I don't know why, but either way, all right, I think that'll be the end of the stream, unless there's more you wanted to say. Ugh. But yeah, it's annoying. I actually do need to remember to do that. All right. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll see you now. I'd like to thank you all for coming out and watching. I've been Captain Tendraxis. Oh wait, nothing else that has been you're the greatest of pickles. Yeah. Well, I'll hopefully be able to get a another browser, use that, hopefully get that to check whether it's an issue on their end or whether it's just some sort of weird bug. But yeah. All right. Either way, thank you all for coming out and watching. I've been Captain Rexus signing off.